two young women that remember hearing the terror and a male arguing. What was yelling at each other?
What was that?
That was around 1:30. Those two women say that they heard arguing right before two gunshots go off.
Do you know what she was on?
We don't really know we weren't all of the business or anything. But they say the voice did sound familiar. They heard that same voice coming from that apartment. It sounded like the same man's voice that
in a major update, thousands of seniors are now qualifying for up to $40,000 in life insurance and payouts guaranteed under state law. For years, most life insurance policies were expensive, required medical exams, and waiting. Final expense plans are different. Rates can never increase, benefits will never be decreased, and coverage will never be canceled to get help. Here's the truth. Social Security only pays a one-time $205 benefit.
Where is the
Now costs $11,000 to $12,000.
gonna flat iron out this piece, the first couple of pieces, and then put this on short?
To give everything Americans. These policies are affordable, easy to get, and don't require medical.
My neighbor's mother passed away last year. They didn't have anything since then. The family had to start a GoFundMe just to cover the funeral. It was stressful, emotional, and honestly, preventable. With the final expense plan, you can leave up to $40,000 behind. Money that goes directly to your
What we're
family.
gonna use in the front.
To use however they need. Funeral bills,
Pink
medical
Abbey.
debt, or even just keeping the lights on. There's no medical exam, no 2-year waiting period. Most plans offer immediate
They
coverage,
say
even if
new
you have
something. They said do what?
fixed
New,
income, you may
oh, right here?
significant discounts.
Yeah, oh
You've
yeah,
taken care of
Yaki.
your family your whole life. This is
And
one
it-
simple way to take care of it.
It's nice, first
One
time I'm
last
seeing this, but
Call
it's
now
nice.
or click to check your bill.
They always coming up.
Coming out with new stuff now. I'll leave this. Place looks crazy, I can't even do it.
something shiny and you completely intended.
Right.
And those who have lost love in their lives might be especially vulnerable to being so But what if there's something else hiding beneath his glitz and charm? Something hidden and wicked with no sense of right or wrong. If you get dragged into his dark vortex, you might not be able to climb your way back out. It's spring 1996, and New York City is bustling after a particularly brutal winter.
This year, the city got hit by a huge blizzard. There was over 2 feet of snow. Everything shut down, including schools and businesses. So we were ready for some sunshine.
But as New Yorkers filled the streets to enjoy the warm weather, one of the most devious and dangerous organized crime centers was among them.
In spring of 1966, there was a crew called the FINGERWAVES perpetrating some of the most heinous crimes between Harlem and Bronx. Demetrius Groups involved in gambling, crack, and cocaine sales. The violence that came with it.
So we're using 3 different types here.
On the drug
far more layers to this crime than they ever could have imagined. And an unassuming young woman is at the center of it all. Bronx native Yvonne Miller had to grow up quickly. Protect me or to guide me. In 1985, Yvonne lost another important male figure in her life, her brother Timmy. Yvonne's baby brother Timmy was 27 years old. And that just brought something out in me. Maybe if I had been a big sister, this wouldn't have happened. Her mother had been so distraught that police asked Yvonne to be the first one of the potential suspects. I look at the situation, they all look like strangers together, and it seems cruel for my life. Timmy's murder went unsolved, and Yvonne tried her hardest to move on. Fell in love with a man named Red, and they had 7 children. He represented to me all of the things that a man contact, and he just died right there on the spot.
They left her empty. She did not know where to get the strength from to be able to move forward for herself.
But I had to raise these 7 kids now by myself, and we were always. A friend of mine wanted me to accompany her on a trip to Sing Sing prison to see someone that she knew, and I was going along basically for the ride. We were sitting there, and in walks this person, and I mean, he was dressed like they say to kill. His skin was shiny, his hair was in check, his fingernails were clean. The handsome gentleman
Yeah,
was
there's all that kind of
36-year-old
stuff.
Clarence Heaton. And when he looked at me, he smiled. I just melted. I just couldn't do it. It was unbelievable. Yvonne is captivated, and the smile is massaging that loneliness that she's been feeling. It's Clarence. I wanted to know more about this man. Who is this man? So we were there, and Yvonne accepted without hesitation, and the two left together. I knew this man a gentleman, all he was opening up the doors.
Yep,
I've
it
been
sure
in the
is.
cars, and I was
What?
okay.
Is this for my man or is this for this is Fatal Attraction or something? I don't even know which one
This
it
is fatal.
Fatal, right? I can't stand for my man. I try my best not to watch it. Oh, they
For
get
my
on my.
man.
They so stupid. This
Girl,
one's less curly, but this is pretty.
I'm not killing nobody.
Sorry. Kill them yourself.
Right.
Kill them yourself.
Crazy
What's
work.
that? That's the same thing?
No, this is less curlier than the last one.
Oh.
But see, I always wash it before.
Uh-huh.
You know the other one, like
Why
Jerry
it look
curl.
so brown?
Is it a brown color? It look brown to you?
Yeah.
He was real to me, and I was ready to be real.
I was something weird.
I was like,
Let me get the package and see if it's brown. I know you hate some brown.
Girl. That's showing the light too.
But to be honest, I think I have some more of the other one here. I think I have some of the tighter one because my other model, when she comes, she uses the same hair you do.
Uh-huh.
And I think I have a half of. I think I got some of this that I could mix with this in case of nothing. But you see the color on here somewhere?
It was on the plastic thing. Oh, I looked at it. That's something
Yeah, it's a one.
Look brown.
Let me see. I got some jet black tighter curl one. When you look at it instantly and say it's brown, it's
Girl,
brown.
listen. I like that brown here.
See, I'm gonna mix some of this in it. It's the same here, and it's black. But it's just kind of the same color. Kind of the same. Yeah, I'm just gonna use that. And I'll put like one piece of this in between that, because that curl is not even that tight. And this is what you brought the last time. It's still good, it's just that it was in the,
Yeah.
yeah, it was in the thingy.
So,
Alright, so this hair is dry enough. I can turn it up. Shy. All right. Okay.
He took care of her kids. He took care of her.
Back.
I didn't listen.
just one little
I didn't
spot.
want to, man, it's making me feel like, you know, I got you. You don't have to bear all this by yourself. And I just wanted to hold on to that at all costs. But before long, Yvonne began to
Not
see
much
the
talking today, guys.
My cousin came to
I know, right? So you guys can listen to this. It's all black today.
He pulled out this big shiny gun. And it looked like something from out of the cowboy days. And pointed it at my cousin. So at that point, I stepped in front of my cousin. He still pointed the gun. I'm like, this is my cousin. What are you doing? Preacher wasn't going to back down easy. He said, your cousin, how come I never met him before? I said, well, everybody I know. And then he said, it's your cousin? And I said, yeah, this is my cousin. I said, hey. My cousin, he said, yo, he said, I'm out here. And my cousin left. And then it was the preacher and I. So it was really crazy, but I was like, okay.
What you expect if you meet the man at a prison visit?
She's not necessarily seeing that
I
he's
said they'd
am
be
done.
doing.
emotionally abusive. And
Got a nerve to be over here complaining.
she perceives it as an example of his love and concern for her.
Okay.
But unfortunately for Yvonne, she would soon understand that Preacher's love for her was only skin deep.
Hmm.
7 years later, the NYPD has just gotten word that a woman named Cynthia Bennett was shot in the Bronx in broad daylight.
Cynthia Bennett was a known associate of the Preacher Group. She was dating Preacher's right-hand man. Investigators were trying to secure the evidence they needed to get Preacher's crew taken out from him. They believe that Cynthia Bennett was the key.
Fortunately, Cynthia's wounds are not life-threatening, and she's expected to make a full recovery.
She had been shot twice, once in the arm and once in the leg.
All right.
But why?
Copyright.
Detectives When Yvonne returns home, she confronts Preacher.
And I let him know, look, I went to see this girl, and I know about the kids. So I said, what are you gonna do about this? So he said, well, this could work out. You can't.
Like, where the kids are going? And that young baby. What do you mean what we're gonna do about this?
Work something out.
Yvonne is heartbroken, but Preacher isn't budging, and she can't risk losing him.
That was
Excuse
in the
me.
conversation. That's how he left it. I left there with, oh my God, you know, like, what is really going on here? But I still wanted to hold on. I refused to let that go. I held on to him, and he held on to her, and that's just the way it was.
Yvonne contacts the woman in Harlem, and the two strike a deal.
Yvonne, she tells her, you can have him when he's in Harlem, but don't come around in the Bronx because I am his number one lady and he is my man. I was willing to accept all of that so that I wouldn't lose that protection, that special way that he made me feel.
Give me a girl back.
And takes whatever he wants with no consequences. But his time is almost up. And when Preacher goes down, he's taking Yvonne with him.
Shit.
The joint task force found 2 bodies in Queens.
That was the beginning of the end.
I was like, oh my God, oh my God.
Hi, my name's
He was like, oh my God. Girl, you going down?
Summer of 1996, and the FBI and NYPD are in the midst of a joint investigation of locally renowned drug kingpin, Clarence Preacher Heatley, and his gang, known as the Preacher Crew. Despite a 6-year investigation,
Really?
the task force has yet to find the
So he like another bum then, huh? You know how many kids that man have?
What investigators
I know.
You know how many kids that man have? He have one daughter out of all them
would be
boys.
easier
Cool.
said than done.
The one who
Oh.
died recently.
Yeah. He died recently. I think you told me that the last time.
Yeah, he like he had a heart attack. He was with his other girl.
When he
Not
died?
his wife. Not his wife.
Wow, when it
His girlfriend.
happened?
Yeah. When he passed away. Yeah.
From an
What?
informant
That was Valentine's Day, girl.
Oh my God.
A few
The
days after
tea is
the investigation
real.
The joint task force found 2 bodies in
And
So
they
wonder
tried
what
to
the
keep
wife
it.
did.
They tried to keep it hush hush. Well, seeing all these kids he had, and you know, she had a private. It was more kind of like a private funeral.
Disposed of in bags. The detectives, they understood that this
tells them that the informant who tipped her off about the bodies even witnessed Preacher at the site where they were dumped.
The informant was willing to come forward and make a statement. Now, this was huge, because now the investigators finally had the evidence they needed to take Preacher down for good.
And false investigators at the time who
It was one day, I remember I was talking to him.
Preacher says, I remember that incident. I actually know who did what they did.
That's when I think the connection was made between that picture in the precinct and the actual preacher standing before me right then. That was the connection. And I realized, I was like, oh, wow.
Preacher had actually been a suspect in her brother's murder.
That was a bad picture. So when I actually met Preacher, he looked nothing like that picture.
The realization that Preacher could have been involved in her brother's untimely death is chilling. But
Wow.
Yvonne feels trapped.
Crazy.
Another red flag.
And disregarding those red flags would soon get Yvonne into more trouble than she ever could have imagined. On August 12, 1996, investigators finally move in to arrest Clarence Preacher Heaton.
What I didn't know was that he had been at my apartment and he went downstairs.
Girl, I think you knew a
to go
lot.
across the street, and it was at that moment that the feds rolled on him.
To everyone's surprise, the diabolical Preacher
The
is arrested
diabolical.
without incident. Back at the station, detectives are eager to sit down with the kingpin. But they never anticipate what happens next.
Preacher immediately starts singing like a canary. He starts telling on everyone.
The officers were taken aback that this guy, the top of the organization, was willing to talk.
I believe that
And one of the individuals Preacher points to is Yvonne.
Preacher threw her under the bus.
Clarence Heaton couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Messed up. Should have left. That's what she, I was about to say, that's what she did.
After a 6-year-long joint investigation, law enforcement has apprehended notorious drug kingpin Clarence
Immediately started giving information about everybody that he could.
once Preacher was arrested, and he realized he was facing the death penalty, he began talking immediately. But one thing that he refused to take responsibility for was the shooter that sent the advantage.
never expected. His longtime girlfriend, Yvonne Miller.
The detectives were taken aback because, to this point, Von Miller's name never came out outside of being his girlfriend.
But now that Preacher has pointed the finger at Yvonne, cops decide they need to take a closer look at her.
You have extreme behavior such as a shooting. It's very hard to believe that that is an isolated situation.
As the Joint Task Force prepares to round up the members of Preacher's crew, detectives tell them to add Yvonne Miller to the list.
So it was early in the morning. I was in bed. One of my sons said, "Mom, cops are at the door." And I said, "What?" I got up, put on my robe, and I went to the door, and I opened up the door. He said, "Is your name Yvonne Miller?" And I said, "Yes." I said, "Who wants to know?" So he said, "We have a warrant for your arrest."
Ciao.
I was like,
Did her
And
dirty.
I was in on everything. He said, if you want to get that home to your children, you need to tell us what's going down and tell us your part in this.
Because they know it wasn't her. But that's why I don't watch For My Man, because on For My Man, this is what all the men do to the women, and they be the ones not telling. What? He's dirty. Yeah.
But I didn't suspect that he was a straight out coward killer demon.
Yvonne comes to the realization that the man that she loves is more deeply and dangerous than what she can ever imagine. Detectives also bring up the shooting of Cynthia Bennett.
The guy also said to me, he also told us that you shot somebody.
Oh, shoot.
So I looked up at him. I said, what? He said, someone named Cynthia Bennett. He told us that you shot her. And they said, is that true? He's a liar. I said, he's a liar. I said, you believe anything he say, I feel bad for you.
But investigators
No, I feel bad for
weren't
you.
backing down.
The officer said this to me. He said, this man will say anything to protect his own ass. He said, so if you know anything, or if you're keeping something from us, you need to tell us right now.
At this point, she really started to break down.
And I did tell the feds what actually happened with Cynthia Bennett and myself.
What happened? What? She did it?
Be the whole crew. It's too
Oh,
many
my
to
word.
do.
Lord have mercy. This is real back. That one is really interesting. This is great.
was a little scary, I won't lie. Yvonne is now a sexual assault advocate, and her passion is to use her skills.
Was she sexual assaulted? I didn't hear that not one time.
Neither have I.
The
hell?
sexually assaulted. So I knew the stories and it jumped on me. I jumped into it.
But perhaps even more important, who are now all grown.
I said to them, I need your forgiveness. Because none of this had anything to do with you guys. It was all about me not being who I am. And I said, I'm so sorry.
One of Yvonne's sons wrote a poem to honor her.
I, Cole, mother.
For Yvonne, the pain caused by Preacher could have been avoided if she just listened to her instincts when she was in a vulnerable place.
She had lost the love of her life. She lost her brother. And the only man that was coming around to protect her, to truly take care of her, was Preacher.
I chose not to see the monster next to Clarence, Preacher, Healy. It was always there. I didn't want to see it. And it cost me. My family, my freedom, my dignity, my pride. That's a hell of a price to pay. Just for one damn man.
Falling in love with a monster doesn't always end like
It's
beauty.
crazy.
Sometimes their wickedness can seep into every facet of your life and shroud you in darkness. If you don't listen to yourself, you could end up paying the ultimate price.
Sorry. Pulling up my head, but
qualifying for Social Security disability benefits. Here is where you have an application advantage. To be eligible for benefits, you need to prove your health.
Shopping is hard. Make it easy with Stitch Fix. Get outfits you love without any of the hassle. And jumped. Next.
When life has been cruel, it feels like a breath of fresh air. When someone comes along to take care of you and make you feel safe. The euphoria of love impairs the senses and strips away the anxiety. But if you stop listening to your instincts, that same love could end up suffocating, overruling sound judgment, and costing you everything. July 1st, 2009. It's a muggy summer night in Augusta, Georgia, as residents try to get some rest before the impending holiday.
Augusta has like a small town feel. Quaint, normally quiet town.
Augusta is a great city. It's very family oriented. It's 2 hours away from the mountains, 2 hours away from the beaches.
On the north side of town, Roger Campbell is settling in for the evening around 11:40 p.m.
He's getting ready for bed. He hears a noise outside.
And it's soon clear
the hell you going outside looking through the
July
window?
4th fireworks.
As he was walking towards the window, he was hearing screams as well.
He sees several men running from the house across the street. Seconds later, he sees a young woman running and screaming.
In the doorway of the residence, Roger sees something else that makes his heart stop.
He sees a man laying on the floor, and it looks like his neighbor, Miguel Hernandez.
Roger grabs his phone and immediately calls 911.
He tells him to get there right away, and that it looks like his neighbor is seriously injured.
First responders race to the scene.
They know they don't have much time if they want to save this man's life.
But what police don't yet know is that there's an unsuspecting young girl at the center of this crime. One who hasn't even celebrated her 18th birthday yet.
She was still inside.
As a young child, Cassie had a
I lived with my parents. It was like church every Sunday, school every day, I missed my day of school. Cassietta received a lot of discipline and structure. There was a lot of love, and she appreciated it all. She went
But the structured upbringing Cassietta had become accustomed to eventually came crashing down.
My grandmother got sick at the age I was 12 and a half, going on 13.
Eventually, her mother was careful. So she moves in with her mother, and her mother's boyfriend.
It really was a hard day. I had to go because I didn't want to go. There was a stark comparison between the life that she had with her grandmother compared to the new life she has with my mother. Her boyfriend was an alcoholic. He did drugs. At the age of 13 and a half, he started doing some unusual stuff, like touching me.
Lord have mercy.
She
I didn't think
We'll
she
be
was
right
gonna say
back.
that.
Copyright.
We didn't just participate. We lived it, we breathed it. Until Vivian reports her missing on the evening of January 19th, 1993. An officer from Philadelphia's 19th district arrives at Vivian's home.
The officer was told by Vivian that her daughter, Shirley, had left on Sunday night and to go to a party in Center City and then returned home.
Vivian had hoped that she had stayed overnight with a girlfriend.
Shirley had a track meet that she was to be at on Monday on Martin Luther King Day when there was no school that day. And she was the captain of the team, and she was a very, very good and hard team.
Mr. Hickey, and he did not return the phone call. So the next morning, which would have been Tuesday morning, Vivian King called the school and asked to speak with Shelley's first period teacher and found out that she asked to speak with Mr. Hickey. The teacher went and got Mr. Hickey and brought him to the phone. And Vivian found out that Shelley was the only one that had not come to the meeting.
She was
Vivian's next phone call was to police.
from being abducted, being attacked, or just basically stopping at another friend's house.
Yeah.
The officer gathers more details.
The officers were
people and to the West Detective Division.
The search for Shirley is on.
the entire division, police division and detective division were made aware of.
On Tuesday, January 19th, 1993, investigators with Philadelphia's juvenile aid division begin a search for Shirley Turner. The 17-year-old hasn't been seen since Sunday.
Shelley had told her mother that she was going to be one.
Today, William Penn was a dancing track team. Investigators speak with Shelley's friend Andrea, who lives across the street. She reveals that Shelley didn't go to the party.
She actually did
Shelley had no intention of going to this party. Andrea was the only person who knew that Shelley was going to hang out with Sean, her new boyfriend.
Before Shelley left in the bus for Sean's house, Andrea Rivers asked him to finish her place.
Her friend.
Shelley's wearing a purple tracksuit and a black leather jacket. So that was what they were searching for when they were looking for Shelley.
For detectives, locating Sean Williams is their top priority.
He had transferred in. He was a new student at William Penn. They did talk with him immediately. They got his address through the school.
A couple of detectives came to my house to question me.
Sean tells detectives he met Shelley ever transferred to
Shelley was part of the track team. I'm seeing her in the gym, I'm seeing her smile. I think she got picked for me that day. She was definitely a pretty girl. After maybe talking on the phone a time or two, now I feel more comfortable kicking it with her.
So, a few days earlier, Sean invited Shelley to his house for Sunday dinner.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why
What's up, y'all? It's Ashley Clam, and I am my Under Armour heat gear. It moves how I move, and never holds me back.
What if you were prepared for all those interview curveballs? Practicing.
Has been a big struggle for me, and I think for most blind people, especially when it comes to transportation. Finding Waymo, it's been the most freeing feeling ever.
My mom fixed dinner every Sunday. She fixed a nice meal. We enjoyed dinner. We laughed. So after dinner, we go to the room, we chilling, we talking, listening to music, having a good time, and just hanging out for a few hours. My mom's in a place, so, we're getting good. And I guess time got by us for a while. Now it's late.
At approximately 2 in the morning, Shelley.
About 20 minutes to come because it's Sunday night. I wanted to give her a kiss. And she was like, no, I don't kiss in public. In that time, the bus driver
tells that Shelley got on.
From that information, they were able to track down the actual bus driver.
He does remember that Shelley went all the way to the last stop and that Shelley gets off on 60th and Girard.
The fact that the bus driver knew that she had gotten off the bus cleared the boyfriend from any involvement.
Did she get home? Did she not get home?
This is every day after school. Homework is due. College applications are due. But my friend is missing. And the world goes on. Teachers are not stopping. The city's not stopping. I've talked to people even now, present day, who said, Mister, that was a very scary time for black girls in Philly because we did not know what happened to her. So now we're getting off trolleys. Now we're taking our earrings off. Everybody's guard was up. Not just William Penn, not just Overbrook students, but this is a citywide thing that one of the most popular girls in the city is missing. Imagine what that did.
Last known whereabouts to a bus stop 6 blocks from her home.
It was very late. Shelley was a young woman out by herself. It was a kind of rough neighborhood because there were a lot of alleyways and there were a lot of vacant houses.
Anything could have happened to Shelley from the time she got off the bus to the time she was able to reach her front door.
Police scanned every inch between the bus stop and Shelley's home.
They searched the vacant houses, they searched the
reality TV. And we have checked stores, checked neighbors.
She would talk to him and tell him things that perhaps she didn't tell anyone else. So there was a bond there. There was a trust.
Coach Hickey reveals that Shelley's relationship with Vivian was troubled.
Who's Vivian, her mom?
Conflict between Shelley and Vivian.
She was not seeing eye to eye with her mother regarding, her expectations, her curfews, and the things that she wanted in her household.
Coach Hickey reports that Shelley hadn't shown up the morning of the track meet.
Shelley was the only one that was not there. So Mr. Hickey
Vivian informed him that Shelley had not come home before.
Vivian said she's not here. Check with Quanda. Quanda is Shelley's friend who was also on the team with her.
But Coach Hickey tells the investigators that Quanda didn't know where Shelley was either. Detectives find it odd that Vivian...
One of them killed her because they say she was a good activist. Well, that sounds like she's down into me.
There is a question as to why Vivian waited so long. What was the reason for that?
As investigators continue to search for the missing two, they get a phone call from Shelley's friend, Andrea.
And didn't understand how he would have gotten that jacket if Shelley never got home.
Who was that, the stepfather? I'm not listening again. I didn't see. I thought it was the boyfriend.
Come back to the house with that jacket. But directed my attention to Clarence as being possibly involved in what happened with Shelley.
He was wearing her jacket.
Clarence is very adamant about the fact that he just grabbed the first jacket that he saw.
That's the stepdaddy,
and that there were
huh?
other jackets, black jackets, in the home.
Terrible.
Clarence says that on the night Shelley went missing, he got up at 2:30 a.m. to get ready for work.
And Shelley still.
Clarence's employer verifies his alibi.
Because of the timeline, it would not be possible for Clarence to have been home if Shelley did in fact go back to her house the night that she went missing.
The search of the 6 blocks between Shelley's house and the bus stop is also a dead end.
They have no
became an everyday focus of the media here in Philadelphia. What happened to Shelley? Where is she?
Now flyers are going up. They're hanging them on telephone poles. There were marches, people were walking, they were looking, they were knocking on doors.
This particular community came together and raised $6,000. This neighborhood is not a neighborhood of affluence. You know, there's not a lot of money going around, but people were very invested. People want Ellie to be alive. They want to find her alive.
It's February 1993. Shelley Turner has been missing for 4 weeks. Speculation runs wild in the West Philadelphia neighborhood.
She might have been grabbed. She might have run away.
In the city, especially the West Detective Division and the informal districts in West Philadelphia, were in constant search for Shelley.
As the community continues to look for the 17-year-old track star, taking center stage is her mother, Vivian.
She's a local celebrity. People here
Mother and the stepfather.
There were marches, and came, and she was very much in the news media, presenting herself to them as a grieving mother.
Behind closed doors, Vivian is also listening.
I started going to Vivian King's house. There were times I went by myself. She would say, "We never want to see Shane." She said, "Mister, this is bad." I said, "What's bad?" You know, as a 17-year-old, I'm like, don't, no. We're gonna work this out. She said, "I feel it in my gut. We ain't never gonna see her again." She was very negative about ever seeing her daughter again. And of course, that made me very sad. That made me very upset.
On February 20th,
You're talking about a huge open area with trees. That area is very well populated in the summer, but not so much in the winter.
It was acting strange and pulled me into an area where there were some trees, wooded area.
the dog guides him toward a blue tarp, streaked with what appears to be dry blood.
When we investigated, we found what appeared to be the remains of a human being.
Within minutes, the park is swamped with law enforcement. They see what appears to be the body of a young female.
Her body was frozen, and because it was a very, very cold period of time here in Philadelphia. It was type of structure she had, it was inside out, it was wrong inside out. The pants she had were tucked somewhat of track.
Stepdaddy probably did something with her and the mother covered
Also,
it up.
there were no footwear. To us, it appeared to us that, she had dressed her she had been prior to being there in the park. It was recognized as it very possibly could be the body of Shelley Turner.
While the cause of death isn't clear,
there was indications of blunt force trauma. The way that her hand was by the fan, with her body being frozen, her hand was up in front of her face as if she were trying to ward off things
replicate any other The next day, Vivian comes to the morgue.
Her body did not deteriorate because of the cold, because she was frozen.
So they're done, basically.
Vivian has shown 5 pictures. They're Polaroids. So based off those 5 pictures, Vivian does in fact identify Shelley Turner as the young woman that they found in Fairmont Park.
The medical examiner determines a cause of death.
Shelley was hit in the head with an object, and then she was shot 6 times.
Damn.
She has some shots through her chest, through her head, and through her left hand.
It's a homicide. And we just went back at the very beginning and re-interviewed everyone.
The day after she IDs her daughter's body, homicide detectives
She related to us that night that she believed Sean lied to her.
Vivian tells detectives she called Sean after Shelley disappeared.
According to her, Sean had made a sausage sandwich for Shelley while she was there, and Vivian inquired whether it was pork or beef, and according to Sean initially, it was a pork sandwich. And
You remember the sandwich?
He eventually said, "Oh, perhaps it may have been a beef sandwich," and she felt that was extremely important because, according to Vivian, Shelley was allergic to pork. When we left the house, that was going to be.
This goes from a missing juvenile case to now a homicide. Posters, track teams from everywhere, going out there trying to find Shelley. People are shocked by this information. People are mourning. The whole community, the whole city's invested in searching for her.
After learning that her daughter's missing persons case has just been declared a homicide, Vivian King encourages police to look again at her daughter's suitor, Sean Williams.
It's crunch time.
Nearly home.
Take your health to the power of omega-3 with Nordic Naturals. Help every cell in your body function at its best with purely sourced support for your heart, mind, and body.
If you want to drop your auto insurance rate, then don't skip this video. Take a look. I've removed my personal info, guys. From $140.
So we give you a formal statement. And he agreed to do that.
I'm a 17-year-old kid at this time, so I'm not thinking about if you're trying to ask me questions to trick me up or anything like that. I have no sense of that at all. I'm just answering your questions as honestly as I possibly can. And I just wanted to help. I didn't have anything to hide. I wasn't scared.
The person conducting the test informed us that there was no deception indicated by Sean, and that it was the operator's belief that he was telling the truth. And Shelley
takes place on February 27th. Over 1,200 people turn out.
It was with teenagers everywhere, just bawling their eyes out, just losing. We were like overwhelmed with grief, and this woman was sitting there with a tight jaw. Her mom was jealous. We don't get along. We just realized that her mom just not being a good person at all.
The whispers and stares don't go unnoticed.
About a week and a half after Shelley's body had been discovered, we went over everything again, everything that had transpired from the day that Shelley was last seen, and she related to us how she had cooked dinner. Vivian herself was lying. She was trying to direct us towards Sean.
But why?
She's a
Unaware she was
bitch.
just caught in a lie, Vivian continues her quest to clear her name.
Vivian at that point in time was very adamant she wanted to take that because she believed that she had then told him that she took the polygraph test and passed the test. It was deception indicated that she's not telling the truth.
Damn, she
Vivian started telling us there were things she just didn't remember. Bits and pieces would come back to her, but she was telling us she just had trouble remembering everything from that night. Pork chop, Shelley being allergic to that. Also the fact that the black jacket was seen being worn by Clarence days after Shelley had supposedly left and never returned to the house. Vivian, was actually recognizing that the lies that she was telling. At that point, she basically was willing to say what had happened.
Vivian tells police that on Sunday, January 17th, she had been out with friends.
She consumed quite a bit of liquor, and she was also telling us that she had a problem with liquor.
Shelley's 1 a.m. curfew came and went.
Vivian waited up for a long period of time, and it was getting angrier and angrier.
Shelley got into the house about 2:30, having walked from the bus stop. When she got home, her mother and she got into an argument about what time she had come in, and they got into a fight. And they started.
Confronted Shelley again.
Vivian says that she hit Shelley in the head with the gun. And
Damn,
then
bro.
tells Shelley, you can't live here anymore. You're not following my rules.
Her mother said, I'm going to take you to the police station and they're going to put you in a home for bad girls. So she made her get into the car.
The police station. She was gonna go fight Shelley.
She drove some distance across the grass, putting her stop motion.
Vivian King made Shelley get out of the car in the
Okay.
dark,
Right. It wasn't that serious, girl.
and they said, okay.
Just
we'll
didn't
fight
like her.
here.
Nope.
And they actually got into a fist fight.
Shelley had picked up a bottle from the ground, and when she
Stunned by the blow.
and while she was laying on the ground, Vivian fired her gun.
That's crazy.
Vivian took her gun and shot Shelley 6 times. Killing her.
True meaning of I brought you here.
Tart that was in the
Take
car,
you out.
and some needs and things, and then went home.
Wow.
She put her gun back under her mattress and went to sleep.
And feels like she just had a bad nightmare.
She had a look of resignation on her face, and she was sobbing periodically, but never did I see an actual tear.
Vivian King is arrested and charged with
I confess, of course, that I rocked everybody's world. Now all I see is pure evil.
But just days later, Vivian pleads not guilty.
She says the confession was coerced.
Vivian King now claims her confession is coerced. She sticks by her innocence until October 4th, 1994.
What?
When the trial
She sticks by her innocence. She said she was coerced.
I'm arguing for first-degree murder.
Her, she went up in that jail and she saw the heat she was about to get. She was just there for what? She said, I changed my mind.
They had nothing to tie her to. They didn't have the gun, and they had nothing to convict her except for the confession.
Prosecutors call multiple witnesses who attest to Vivian's well-known temper.
She liked to drink. That was her sport. She liked to go to bars.
And most of her anger was always directed at Shelley.
Shelley was a star. Shelley shined on that track.
She was very jealous of Shelley.
For what?
Coach Hickey testifies that Shelley was one of the
Because she
best
couldn't do what
players
Shelley was doing.
despite her mother.
I guess. Instead of being proud, she decided to be a hater.
Vivian's confession as proof of what happened when tension between mother and daughter came to a head.
It was so horrifyingly specific. Did you not want to come to the great detail of that kind of confession unless you really did it?
Vivian takes the stand.
Her defense is, I didn't say this to
Vivian claims the only part of the confession that's true is that she was drunk.
In total, Vivian has had about 88 ounces of liquor over the course of those hours. About it possibly being a robbery. She did not have her shoes. She did not have a Walkman that Andrea, her friend from across the street, had loaned her. She was missing an earring.
The jury deliberates for 6 hours.
Ultimately, the jury found her guilty of third-degree murder.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Granger, we're here for you. At Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's just, it's very hard. Even with 6 shots to the head and the body. It's just hard. It's easier for them to think, okay, she was drunk, but she didn't really intend for her to die.
Whatever. She shot her 6 times.
After she done knocked her down on the ground, like she was already down. The hell you need to do all that? That ain't nothing.
She's released after 11 years.
She was a real person who had real dreams. Her story deserves to be told. I think her legacy deserves to be heard.
And plays with your conscience. January 29th, 2014. It's just past midnight in the historic city of Boston.
That sounds funny, right? Wonder if it's somebody I know.
It's a great city to get your life started. Lots of opportunities to do just about anything you like here.
But the city has also been suffering from an influx of gang violence.
Police were really trying to crack down on violent gang members throughout the city and get them off the street.
2 officers are surveilling the home of a well-known gang member, Bo Butler.
Bo was known for being really dangerous.
The officers spot Bo and a young African-American female exit the home and get into Bo's vehicle.
Remember
To see where they were going.
he was older?
The officers pull out discreetly and trail the
He
sedan.
used to be with the Corvette.
Once they get out to the main road, Bo's vehicle
Hang out
suddenly
with
climbs to a high rate of
You
speed.
know the Corvette, like John. Oh, I remember them. Yeah, he used to be with them. Bo, you remember Bo? He was older when he happened to jail, came home. He was like way older. Say if we were 15, he was already like 19 or something.
Bo begins to slow down and pulls over without incident.
He used to be over there by White
But as
Street
the officers prepare
and
to
by the
approach
bridge
Bo's
on
vehicle,
Norfolk.
they must use extreme caution.
Constance, the most dangerous thing a police officer can do.
Oh Lord, I used like 5 different hairs up in here. But you gotta do what you gotta do to get the look that you want.
Utilizing weapons.
In their approach, officers notice an excess of movement inside the vehicle.
Both has moved around fidgeting and making
What's going on in the front seat between the 2 occupants?
As the officers make their way to the front of the sedan, that's when they see the gun. They can see the female passenger has a bulge under her shirt. The officers
Probably didn't even know nothing was in the car. Police get pulled over and he giving you, boy, I mean, I tell you this, man.
Yep. In 2013, 19-year-old Boston native Jamila Tresvant had big
Jamila is a really lovely young woman.
Is that
People
Ralph's
were
cousin?
naturally drawn to her. Everyone loved her.
She had a beautiful smile and had lots of friends.
Jamila was working as a waitress at a local restaurant to save up for dental school.
I wanted to be a dentist because I liked going to the dentist. I used to ask them all types of questions.
Oh, she's alive, I guess. Well, we know she
had good intentions
was alive.
when it came to herself and her future goals.
In the spring of that year, Jamila was working overtime to make her dreams a reality. And that's when she met someone who would change her life forever. 23-year-old Bo Butler.
Bo and Jamila had a really strong connection from the moment they started to interact.
I was attracted to him. He was handsome. He had like these pretty nice brown eyes. He was really a sweetheart.
Though Jamila had never met Bo before, she immediately
When Jamila met him, he had recently gotten out of jail.
Jamila wasn't turned off by Bo's reputation. If
like the boy,
anything, she was intrigued.
She liked the bad boy thing. This guy,
no,
you know, was tall. People always told me about his reputation. But he had manners. He was a gentleman.
When Bo asked Jamila if he could see her again after she got off work, she couldn't resist.
Jamila gave Bo her number, and they agreed to meet up after her shift.
Say that again? The two clicked on every level and found each other irresistible.
They had like a magnetic chemistry. Although she was completely aware of his rap sheet, being in the gang and being the violent person that he was, none of that seemed
There was so much draw for her with Bo. He was charismatic and charming and alluring, and that kind of drew her into his world.
The bond was so quick. I think I was just so into him.
I was
just
just
we had like a lot of fun together.
Just a couple weeks after meeting, the two began sharing an apartment.
Oh, really?
He would like run up to me and just start kissing all over me. It was cute.
And learned how dangerous her man really was.
She had no idea what she was in for.
January 29, 2014. In their efforts to crack down on local gang violence, Boston police have found themselves toe-to-toe with Bo Butler and a female companion.
The female seemed to have a bulge in her shirt, and police were worried there was a weapon.
Officers command the occupants to get out of the vehicle.
At this time, police don't know if they're going to comply or not, so the tension is high.
Bo was well known to be quite aggressive and rough around the edges.
Fortunately, the duo complies with police and exits the vehicle without incident. Officers learn that the female is Bo's girlfriend, Jamila Tresvant.
She was clearly terrified.
I was nervous. When the officer came to do a pat test.
We also recovered the 22 Magnum involved, and also some rounds of ammunition.
Officers don't find any additional weaponry on Bo, but they aren't so sure the gun found on Jamila really belongs to her.
He told me, we know that's not your gun, because we know the gun it is.
Bo's the one that's a known gang member and has a history of carrying guns.
They said, tell us whose gun this is. And we're gonna just take that person whose gun it is to jail.
But Jamila's answer surprises them.
I told them that it was my gun.
Dummy. Not me. Cause all I see is jail. We gonna be like this is. You gonna have to quit me that day, boy.
Bo said to me before I got in the car that he loved me. He said I loved him.
Little did police know, this was just the surface of a Pandora's box.
My name is
of
Bennett, and I ain't did it. It's one of them crime shows, Fatal Attraction, one of those things. Woo, that was a lot. Thank God that part is over. That's the hardest part. Yes. You want to stretch your legs for 2 seconds?
Jamila knew that she wanted to be his woman. Their chemistry was truly really powerful.
Even though Bo was known around town for his gang violence, Jamila saw past his tough exterior.
Sweet.
I was just so in love with him.
Oh, my poor shoulder.
He made me feel for me.
She sees a side of him that all of those other people don't see. You know, they see the criminal, they see the dangerous person, they see the guy that's always armed. But to her, he's really sweet and gentle.
Jamila had never been with anyone like Bo before, and she was all in.
All right.
Bo has this extreme hold over her, and she's just very much in love with him.
But what Jamila didn't yet realize is that her love for Bo would soon put her on a destructive path and test her own morale.
For her, there's this internal battle taking place where she's trying to figure out how can I change him and prove my love for him.
He just didn't give that long that, you know, I love him. This is what else we have to do.
January 29th, 2014, South Boston. Police have just taken Jamila Tresvant into custody for unlawful possession of a firearm.
She says it's her gun.
It's an original guilt, and in Massachusetts, illegal possession of different county affairs.
Officers suspect Jamila is taking the fall for her boyfriend, Bo Butler.
You can remove the power in my gun.
The police are aware of he had a history of having guns on his person.
They have already been surveilling as part of their crackdown on the holding. But with Jamila taking full ownership of the weapon, police have no choice but to let Bo off easy.
Since they didn't have anything on the ground, he was pretty done with him.
You wake up.
Pool care should be easy, and it is, with BioGuard's 3-step treatment system. The 3-step system only takes a few minutes a week, but it keeps your water clean, fresh, and clear, while reducing work, downtime, and unnecessary
You didn't
expense.
answer that.
Keep water free of bacteria with our exclusive BioGuard SilkGuard Complete Sticks. Keep pool water clear with
So what they're
BioGuard
gonna
Smart
do?
Shock. Prevent algae before it starts. With BioGuard Algae Complete, visit your BioGuard dealer for a personalized, in-depth, professional water test today.
That was in the system.
I'm going to be 90 this year. The last time I drove was about 10 years ago. But I only have about freedom.
Waymo offers the senior population more opportunities for mobility.
Alright.
Getting out and about. Waymo, first of all, for an older person like
for assaulting dogs.
Okay.
Detectives
I
believe
got you.
Bo asked her to hide the gun for him,
All
and
right.
she agreed.
If someone's gonna go down for a gun, who's gonna go down longer? I'm a girl. You're a guy. This would be a better strike. It was at 10 and 15.
This incident was her chance to prove that she was really riding or die, that she was innocent. You know, 100%.
Not for no man, sorry.
Detectives encouraged Jamila to tell the truth.
Detectives
And they know she lying. Yeah. But that name sounds familiar though.
Which one?
Jamila. Yeah, that name sounds so
My neighbor
familiar.
was Jamila.
That is so rare, where officers are actually on your side and they're giving you an out. They wanted her so bad to
yeah.
say, the gun was
What are you
safe.
doing all that?
But Jamila won't budge.
At the end of the day, she insisted that one was hers.
In that moment, her priority was protecting Bo and saving Bo. And so she decided, I will take the fall. I will accept these charges.
Jamila was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's your life, girl.
I was gonna go to jail. Like I knew I wasn't coming home.
Can't get no job, can't get
Someone
nothing.
will come forward that will turn everything on its head and reveal the gunshot between the detectives.
He did take control of my mind.
January 29th, 2014. Police have just charged 19-year-old Jamila Tresvant for unlawful firearm possession. They believe Jamila is
Hello?
out for her boyfriend, well-known gang member, 23-year-old. But with Jamila claiming the gun as her own, they have no proof.
She not cooperating. Took the shot from choice, but charged Jamila with the possession of a firearm.
In the weeks leading up to Jamila's sentencing hearing, police notice she's continuing to correspond with her man.
He wrote letters, gave her money to put on her commissary. While Jamila is in jail, Bo is still being the charismatic person, giving her the assurance that everything's gonna be okay.
We still was in a relationship. We was still so in love.
You know what?
As far as Jamila was concerned, Bo was standing by her side. Their love was still strong, and that dream that she had of this long-term relationship would continue.
She still believed that her and Bo would end up together one day, that they were going to get married, have a family, and everything was going to go right back to normal.
To detectives, it seems Jamila is in this for the long haul.
They couldn't help but feel bad for this young woman. She was throwing her future away, and their hands were tied.
She was facing a maximum of 2 years in prison for this.
But just days before Jamila's sentencing,
2 years? That's still too long. 2 days too long for me.
A day.
Yeah.
She said that she had some information for the detectives that would help Jamila's case.
the woman identifies herself as Alexis Smith, one of Jamila's best friends.
She formed the investigator. She didn't want to see her friend take the fall for something that she believed her friend didn't do.
Alexis says after weeks of contemplating her friend's arrest, she couldn't stay quiet any longer.
She felt like Jamila was making the biggest mistake of her life.
According to Alexis, Bo was extremely manipulative, especially when it came to Jamila.
She said she was never a fan of Bo. She always thought he was a bad influence and someone that would bring her friend down. But Jamila couldn't be deterred.
He was very good at words. He was very good at manipulating people.
Sometimes, if you're in love or infatuated with somebody, you'll agree to do something that goes against what you believe, just to prove to that person that you're there for them.
Alexis tells detectives that one night, Bo's influence over Jamila became especially apparent.
Her friends were gathering. They were going to be having a good time, having a party. They were drinking, and A lot of flirting was happening between Jamila and Bo.
But the lively evening took a turn for the worse when the host accidentally spilled her drink on Bo, and it infuriated him.
Bo felt disrespected by them.
I feel like he felt challenged. Bo, he felt was not.
Everyone got quiet, not sure what would happen next. Bo was seething.
Bo had the attention of everyone's eye. Everyone on the street knows that Bo always carries a weapon.
He was dangerous. A lot of people were scared of him, but he didn't put his hands on women. So he's just like, go beat her up.
Alexis says at first, Jamila thought her man was joking.
That's not my personality. I don't start problems with people. I'm not an aggressor.
But Jamila soon realized Bo was serious, and Alexis watched in shock as her friend took her.
She assaulted this girl in front of everyone. Alexis just couldn't believe that it was actually happening, and she was terrified.
Bo's torment didn't end there. Alexis says she and the other partygoers were frozen as Bo instructed Jamila to help him grab the host's TV.
We didn't have a TV when we lived there. She had a nice TV.
Oh, right.
And now Bo was like, come on, we're gonna take that TV. Right there. He's like, come on, move it. So now the girl's screaming, going crazy. Because the pissed status, she just knew not to like touch him. She knew not to touch me. And we walked out and went to the TV.
Alexis states the party host never reported the assault or the theft. But after that, Alexis felt like she had lost Jamila.
The more isolated Jamila was with Bo, the more she forgot about like, who she was, her values. Jamila was fully invested in this relationship. He was her sole priority.
Alexis explains that eventually, Jamila's education even took a backseat to her relationship with Bo. And that's when she and Jamila's mother decided to have an intervention.
She and Jamila's mom tried to convince her not to see him again.
She was becoming sidetracked. I told her, Jamila, just what about dental school? Like, let's not forget about everything that you're planning for your life. You don't have to say anything with them. It's like seems dangerous. You could get hurt.
Her mother really wanted Jamila to just come home. She wanted her to step away from that relationship.
But the discussion was abruptly cut short when Bo showed up unannounced.
He walked in and told Jamila it was time to leave.
She ended up going with him. She just didn't tell him no.
Jamila was so deep in that there was not much that they could say to change the situation.
Okay, time for waking you up.
Ready?
The people in her life. I'm ready. Cut it a little bit. Same, well, it's actually longer than what you would, because the tighter curl is tighter, so it's shorter, even though they're the same length. But you want a real loose curl this time.
From her family and friends, Jamila's dedication to her man was only about to get worse.
You have to check the bag when you're buying.
Have to die.
She was really
Like the package, the type of hair. 'Cause remember, they got like 3, 4, I want to say 3 different curls in that pack of hair. Yeah, this was the next one they had, and then they had that Jerry curl, and I didn't want that. That's the one you had, I think, the last time.
Actually charged her with this.
All right, let me get the
arrest on typical sentence for that would be 2 years in the military.
Police believe that she was holding the gun for her boyfriend, Bo. But since Jamila was taking full responsibility, police had no proof.
Now detectives are speaking with Jamila's best friend, Alexis Smith, who claims she has information that could help Jamila get leniency from the judge.
He'd been trying to manipulate her to do it very before.
It all started when he ordered Jamila into assaulting a woman at a party one night.
Bo felt like the party host disrespected him by spilling her drink on his clothes, and he ordered Jamila to punish the woman for what she'd done.
It wasn't even our person to be. I didn't want to do that because that's not even my personality.
Alexis says she and Jamila's mother tried to have an intervention with Jamila to get her to end things with Bo. But Jamila couldn't be swayed.
I'm like, you know, we should come home. You know what I mean? And she didn't want to. She was like really into this relationship. I started realizing, okay, this is that.
Trying to see what restaurant that is. That look like that restaurant on, is that Bolden? It used to be a
Alexis says that she and Jamila.
Well, they showed the real
Just-
restaurant?
I don't know, but it just looked like that restaurant on
He was pacing back
Bolden.
and forth and started going on and on about some guy that had pissed him off.
He said that was reputation of him being rat, like telling on somebody in a situation.
Alexis was terrified. And she says Jamila also seemed afraid.
Bo was a really scary guy. Not somebody you wanted to be around when he was mad.
Bo was out for blood. He said he wanted to teach the guy a lesson. But Alexis tells detectives that what Bo said next made her heart sink.
Telling you to do it.
To rob this particular
That
person.
both sound like
wanted to
one big
enlist
pom
Jamila's
pom.
help to accomplish that.
Alexis says she hoped that Jamila would make the right decision and refuse to help her man with another one of his schemes. She waited with bated breath as her friend began to mull things over.
I can imagine that being in that situation, Jamila is conflicted. So she wants to please her boyfriend who she wants to have a future with, but she didn't have a prior criminal history. So her conscience maybe fell upon her.
I ain't never robbed nobody. That's not the type of person I am. It just wasn't me. I'm not like that. So that's not what I wanted to do.
She was uncomfortable with the idea.
Sensing Jamila's apprehension, Bo started laying it on thick.
The big part is, if you're gonna be with me, then I do good. Then we do it together.
Well, that is like the only one that loves you and always gonna be there for you.
Some of the things
And what year is this?
he said to me.
Wasn't the Me Too movement out? 2014 or 14, something like that. Come on, girl. It's your whole
It's okay
life.
if the charm turns into manipulation, asking a young woman to do something that she's not comfortable with, but having that expectation that she would do it anyway.
Alexis tells detectives she was horrified when she witnessed her friend reluctantly agree to Bo's robbery plan.
Jamil has allowed this person to become her only priority in her mind. She cares about
He's stupid. He's talking in front of friend.
her, so for her, it's important for her.
Like when you're doing stuff like that, it's supposed
They
to
don't
be.
know, girl. They do not know. They don't know. Fake gangsters.
She never wanted to disappoint Bo, but she was also at war within herself between the love that she had for Bo and her strong ethics and moral foundation. She was willing to make certain sacrifices so that he knew that she loved him.
With Jamila on board, Bo began to explain how they would carry out the robbery.
He explained that they were going to lure the man and his friend to a hotel room in their rooms in the car.
Bo waited outside while Jamila kept the guys occupied in the hotel room.
Jamila would give him the signal, and then he would bust into the room with the gun.
He's like, just let me know when he's in the room. And when they're in the room, we're gonna come up and we're gonna tie him up.
But what Bo said next was even more chilling.
Bo mentioned that sometimes when you're doing those types of things, robbing people, you may have to get rid of them.
Well, and violence unfortunately could escalate real quickly. It was going to turn violent. You know, from a robbery to assault, a robbery to murder.
He was sad. Everybody in the situation had to go. Basically, whoever we rob, they have to die.
September 2014. Boston
He late in the
detectives
game.
are hearing an
14.
unbelievable story from
Yeah.
Alexis Smith, a friend of 19-year-old Jamila Tresnick.
Jamila was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, but her friend believed she was taken around for her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, Bo,
was known for his gang ties, which is what had put the couple on the police's radar in the first place.
Alexis was hoping that if she could demonstrate Bo's manipulation over her friend, they might go easy on Jamila.
Ooh, gas like honey. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Realtor News, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Your recycle. Realtor.com. Tired of sifting through jobs that don't feel like the right fit? Find the job that's right for you.
Alexis claims that this isn't the first time Bo has manipulated Jamila into doing his dirty work.
Bo had concocted a plot to rob a man that he had known, who he considered a rat.
I'm just thinking like, okay, so if we're gonna rob this person, we're just gonna go and we're gonna rob them, and that's it. We're gonna go on our way.
But Bo had other plans.
He would say, like, everybody in the situation gotta go, and I was never that type of person.
She has morals, but she's also in love. And she's so torn with the fact that he's asking her to do these horrible things.
Jamila is very conflicted because she wants a life with this man, but she doesn't like what he does.
Ultimately, she was still willing to help him with the robbery, even though she knew what the outcome might be.
That's his lifestyle. That wasn't my lifestyle. When I made that decision, I made it a part of my life.
The next night, Bo and Jamila put their plan into action. After telling the victims to meet them at a local hotel for the party, she went inside the hotel room with the guys while Bo waited outside for her signal.
The guys were immediately a bit suspicious that no one was there yet.
When the victims asked where Bo and the other partygoers were, Jamila tried to stall them.
She's hanging out with the men, telling them other people are coming, texting Bo the whole time.
But once the plan was in motion, everything started to become too real.
She knew Bo would potentially really hurt or potentially kill this young man.
Bo was like dangerous. A lot of people were scared of him. I remember him telling me, like, you know, everybody gotta go.
She starts to realize, like, what am I doing? She was leading this guy to his potential death because of, you know, her undying love for Bo.
Jamila had to make a decision about whether she was going to lead this person into a trap or save his life. That's when her moral compass kicked in.
But at the end of the day, I did have a conscience. It was just too much. I took it out right then and there, and I grabbed my phone.
Jamila texted Bo and told him the plan was off.
She decided to tell the guys that she was feeling sick and that they would have to have a rain check for the party.
The guys were obviously kind of confused and suspicious, but they left without ever knowing the actual danger they were in.
Now,
she ignored the calls until the guys were out of the room.
When Jamila called Bo back, he was livid.
He was really disappointed in her and he felt like she really wasn't his ride or die chick.
He told her he was going to leave her there, and she can find her own ride.
That's when Jamila called Alexis to come pick her up.
She told Alexis everything that had happened.
She was devastated. She hated the disappointed Bo.
Alexis tells detectives she begged Jamila not to go back home to Bo. She tried to get her to come home with her and stay there until they could figure something out.
Alexis thought it might be dangerous for Jamila to go home if Bo was angry.
But Jamila insisted on going back to her man.
She wanted to go back to him and make things right.
We work bonded by love, unbreakable, by loyalty. That's what he used to say to me all the time.
When Alexis dropped Jamila off at home, Bo was angrily waiting outside.
Bo expected Jamila to be his number one, to always follow his lead. But in this case, she failed to help him carry out his plan.
Alexis was terrified for her friend as Bo led her into the house. But she felt like her hands were tied.
She had tried so many times to get Jamila away from Bo, but Jamila just wouldn't listen.
Alexis says that was the last time she saw Jamila.
The next thing she knew, Jamila was behind bars on the gun charge.
The second she heard about it, she knew the guns must be Bo's, and this was just another scheme of his.
At this point, there was no doubt in anyone's mind who the gun belonged to. They knew Jamila was taking the fall for her man.
Detectives thank Alexis for her candor. And though it still doesn't provide definitive proof that the gun was Bo's, it does show a string of manipulative behavior.
Jamila was blinded by love and could not break Bo's power over her.
I was protected, and he made me feel that way.
Armed with Alexis' statement, detectives feel they have just enough to get Jamila to recant her statement about the gun.
Police sat down with me and tried to flood and try to talk some sense into it.
Detectives lay it all on the table. They tell her everything that they learned from her friend Alexis, from the criminal acts that Bo tried to involve her in to manipulation.
They said, you know who your boyfriend is, you know his rap sheet, that you're just saying that the gun is yours to protect him, and it's okay, we understand where your mindset was.
They remind Jamila that she still has a bright future ahead of her. She has a chance to change her statement and save herself.
They want him bad. Yeah.
And she would get away with just like a slap on the wrist.
They ask her one final time, whose gun is it that we found in your possession?
Unfortunately, detectives' efforts are in vain.
She insisted that was hers.
Bo was clearly the voice in her head that stood out for her.
But soon, a shocking revelation will come to light. One that exposes the man Jamila just threw her life away for.
She told me, she's like, Bo has 2 babies on the way. I feel like I was young. I was young and I was young. I feel like I was in lust. Sometimes lust will make you do certain things. What I can say now, if anyone ever asked me, do I love Bo? No, I don't love him. Honestly, that's not my definition of love now. I have like a whole new outlook of how it looks. That's not what it is.
In the fall of 2014, 19-year-old Jamila Tresvant is awaiting sentencing after taking the fall for her man, 23-year-old gang member Bo Butler.
23.
She was completely under Bo's spell and would do anything to prove her love to him.
She hid his gun from him, and once it was found by police, she said it was hers.
She need to go to jail.
Several states
One good time just to learn her lesson.
restrictive gun laws in the country.
Despite her friend Alexis Smith's statement demonstrating Bo's manipulation and influence over Jamila, police still have no proof the weapon is his.
Jamila consistently denied that the gun was Bo's, and she repeatedly stated that the gun was hers.
In September of 2014, Jamila's sentencing hearing gets underway.
Her entire family was there.
And she stood firm. You could look at her, she's looking at us like, I'm taking this for my man.
She stood there in the courtroom while they read the entire transcript.
I hope you got commissary for your
And
man.
family got to witness and hear all.
Hey, you dope.
The judge sentences Jamila to 22 months in prison.
Because they know she didn't do it. That's not hers.
I cried right in the courtroom. I laid down, I cried.
She just started to sob and was completely embarrassed.
by protecting the man, she pretty much put a mark on the future that's going to stay with her for the rest of her life.
A few months into
They got
Jamila's
all kind of
sentence,
drama
she
going on
received
out
some
here.
shocking news about the man she just risked everything for.
A friend of hers called her to tell her what her man had been up to while she
You got a baby on the way?
Both slept with 2 different girls, and my friend told me, she's like, "Both has 2 babies on the way."
He
This,
getting
of course, was devastating to Jamila. She was completely and utterly committed to him and sacrificed her freedom.
So after all the sacrifices, after all she's done for him, proving that she loved him, proving that she wanted to die, bones of
One of these times you need to leave the back out curly. It looks pretty.
In that moment, Jamila began to realize that
ain't no work.
this love that she felt was not reciprocated, and she felt that she was being played and was taken advantage of and used.
But the shock didn't stop there.
Bo was arrested for unlawful possession of a firearm a few months after she was incarcerated.
Jesus.
So since Bo was already on probation, he was sentenced to a whopping 7 years. He ended up still being in jail for the exact same charge.
Because he was always a piece of shit, yeah?
Was for nothing.
So,
You're trying to keep us
uh,
out of jail and go anyway.
right?
I was angry, and I just feel like it was just a waste because I could have stayed out.
Hello? Why they even got her on my
Jamila
screen?
was released from prison in November of 2016. Today, she looks back with regret on her decision to take the fall for her man.
I just made the dumbest mistake ever. If I could have went back, I would have never said that gun was mine. I just wish I didn't put myself in that situation.
It's sad that women feel like they have to forget themselves to keep a man.
Women. Not me. Count me out.
You
telling me to do them shit? Y'all could count me out. I never said none of that.
Jamila now knows Bo was never the right man for her, and is looking forward to a future without him.
The experience was wild and crazy and scary and sad, but she was able to kick those habits and turn her life around. She doubled back to staying on track, trying to do what she needs to do for herself. She tries to be as choosy as she can on the guys that she dates nowadays.
Wouldn't even have think man come out
Hello?
and do all of them wicked.
Yeah.
That's their problem. As soon as they out of one situation, they jumping into the other fire. Like, tilt your head down a little.
So last night he was tense. Honestly, nothing better than when a guy brings this out. I seriously can't stop thinking about him. Thank you for being
No problem.
Can you say to guys out there, we love when you hems.
It keep pops movies. I know it's coming. Hems.
Discover longer, better times in the bedroom. Get started today at hems.com.
Deep waves. Oh, that's what you call it.
I feel like I learned what real love is and what real love isn't. I learned to put myself first.
I put extra hair this time too because I noticed the last time the hair is so thin that when you wet it, it looks thick before you wet it and put the gel on it. But once you wet it, it's so you could like see through it.
It's heavier.
Yeah, so it feels heavier to you.
Asked you to do something that could.
Yeah, you will see in the tracks basically. So I had to be real
Jamila hopes
careful.
that her story will inspire young women to listen to their inner voice and never compromise themselves for the sake of a relationship.
Women.
And that hair in the front is
Be
kind
reminded
of
of that small voice is.
now that I use it, I'm not in love with it, so don't get it again. Get Dream.
That's what I was.
That's the
I should have just
best.
got it.
It was because this is kind of shiny, and this it's not. They said it's 100%, but so far it's not moving like it. But once I'm sure it's fine to curl and
But
everything.
sometimes the voice inside our
Yeah,
heart
next time don't leave all
can be
dream.
louder than the voice inside our head. If you're not careful, you can find yourself choosing love over what's right and suffering unimaginable consequences. is fickle. It can run hot and cold. But when love dies, do you accept your fate or summon the gods to help you revive it? Some believe there are ways to bend love and other people to your will. You just have to know where to spend.
I am dead.
To make love stay.
Ooh, she stabbed her.
April 24th, 2017. It's a quiet morning in Baker County, Georgia.
Baker County is a beautiful rural area. Usually lots of land, lots of open wide spaces.
You see churches on every corner, it seems like. It's one of those places that you would say everybody knows everybody.
The day had started out like any other for 37-year-old Dora Klein.
It's a typical day for Dora. She's doing her housework, her chores.
But around 12:30 p.m., Dora notices something alarming.
She looks up and she notices there is smoke coming from her mother's house.
Dora drops everything and runs down the street to see if her 61-year-old mother, Helen Franklin, is okay.
She doesn't know if her mother's in the house or what could possibly be happening at that point.
By the time that Dora made it down the street to the house, it was already engulfed in flames. And the only person that she saw was a woman who went to her mother's church.
And she just standing there.
Kimberly was just kind of in shock, it looked like.
Hey, Dora asks Kimberly if she's seen her mother.
Kim, in a bit of a daze, said that she hadn't seen her, but her husband did go get her.
That's when Dora heard a noise coming from the tree line behind her mother's property.
She hears this moaning, this gas.
She rushes toward that noise and finds her mother. She's soaked in blood and she's been stabbed multiple times.
What? Yeah, somebody stabbed her.
And she is quickly losing consciousness.
My guess is the church lady. What's yours? Yeah. For real.
She tells the
Oh my God.
right away, and she explains that they're in a very rural area, so she's hoping that paramedics make it in time to save her mother's life.
And Mark.
Look at her.
Investigators would soon learn the answer lies in 36-year-old.
Look at her, Alicia.
I wonder what she.
Of Arlington, Georgia.
Kimberly was a small town girl, but she had big time. She wanted to be a lawyer. She wanted to be a citizen. She wanted to own a business. She had most people, she would even get shut off of it if she could.
Regardless of Kimberly's vast interests, the one thing she cherished most was being a mother.
Kim was a loving and devoted mother. She really put her children first. I have two siblings. And we had a small family that together, so we just kind of doing this together.
You still tilt your body a little.
She was just such a nice person.
Sit up. You good? Comfortable? Mm-hmm.
Each and every day. We try to make it long in our life.
In fact, Kimberly had a stronger religious conviction than most.
My mom was a she connected with ancestors. She connected with God. And they say that everything God.
African spiritual practices are often more evident in rural spaces for two reasons. One, rural spaces tend to be more
Smells so good.
than actually roots,
This is the color I did last night. Came out so bright and nice.
For example, if you're gonna do a light ritual, you probably
It's still wet, so I'm letting it air dry. And then I'm gonna, I might not go back in on the lace. I might not, not sure yet.
She had little time for romance.
But if you're new here, and we did a finger wave tutorial last night, guys. Yeah, we did one last night. This was quick and fast, literally last night.
Kim had met a man who she really felt like stood out from the rest. His real name is Dolores, but people who love him
All right. Thank you. Leave a like on the video, guys. We'll be back. I'm going to put the video on mute, and we'll be back. We still here, Rhonda.
This lady ain't cooking this. She making it look out there for you. And Laura starts to me that maybe Helen had put a root on them herself and was working against them. Kimberly Wood is telling Georgia investigators about the events leading up to the brutal death of 61-year-old Helen Franklin. She was stabbed more than 2 dozen times.
Over here watching these crazy fatal attractions.
Became angry because Helen's expensive spiritual healing sessions.
We're almost at 10,000. Couple more subscribers and we're there. We have a giveaway at 10,000 subscribers, so make sure you're subscribed. And yeah, we're gonna celebrate with a giveaway and I don't know what else, but we're almost there. I know. While I was doing here, I didn't want to watch it. I didn't want to read the comments. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to do what I have to do, get over with it. And that's that. After I'm done, then I'll go back and see what's going on. My family's keeping me updated though, so it's cool. And yeah, sometimes when I look at the comments while I'm working, it takes forever. So I just want to finish what I'm doing so I can relax for the rest of my day and just do some errands that I had to do.
Kim says that despite her better judgment, she decided to go with her nurse to Helen's house. But things only got worse from there.
Yeah, that's the first place. If you want to really see what's going on, like in real time, just run over to TikTok. I've been doing that all morning, but not since I've been doing this finger wave. But as soon as I'm done, I'll be right back over there, seeing what's going on. The winds have definitely picked up. So they're saying it's worse than Gilbert. And Gilbert, I remember Gilbert. So if it's worse than Gilbert, I don't know. But let's see.
The Lawrence then pulled out the dollar store paring knife and stabbed Helen over and over while Kim watched in fear. Kim was yelling for him to stop. She was begging and pleading, but he didn't hear her.
We damn near look like we about to have a hurricane over here. The weather looks really dreary. Hit the like button, guys. The finger wave we're doing right now, it's under the dryer. As soon as she's done, almost done, I'll take her out and show you guys what's going on.
The detectives now believe they have motive, but Kim is still trying to downplay her involvement in the attempted murder.
Miss Ward had injuries to her right hand that would indicate that she was part of it due to the stabbing.
But Kim said she has an explanation. Kim contended that when they left by foot, she cut her hand on Barbara.
Just like others, I began to describe those as slippage wounds to Kim. Kim did not understand what a slippage wound was, so I told him how to apply it, illustrated holding a knife, and I explained to him that knives will often slip, your hand will slip off the handle, and the blade will cut you. Kim didn't believe me. Kim grabbed my pen from me, and while she was holding my pen, Kim laid perfectly over the cut with her hand. See, pull that baby, pull that baby, pull that baby. Boom, same thing. You take a picture of that. I'm not doing things with you. Kim wouldn't let me take a picture because you could see a little shock in her eyes when she realized she had done something that she shouldn't have done.
With Kim's statement into, investigators decide to go back and speak to Lenores a second time.
The detective played an audio of Kim's confession to Lenores, and he becomes lit that she's trying to pin this all on him.
Lenores flips the script and blames the entire attack on Kim.
Lenores explained that Kim ordered him to go to the dollar store and get the mail. Lenores said that when they went inside of the house, that Kim began stabbing him. She further confessed that he tried to stand in between the two.
Lenores admits that after Helen was incapacitated, he panicked and helped Kim set the house ablaze.
Did you use a lighter to start it, or did you use that pen? He didn't want to take people and stab Miss Franklin, but he put himself there. He admitted that he, was involved in the arson stuff.
Lenores and Kim had turned on each other. Essentially, they're pointing fingers at each other.
But who's telling the truth?
It doesn't matter how many spells, potions, roots, or anything that they have. At the end of the day, it's going to be the evidence that leads investigators to the truth.
Finally, police receive word that Helen Franklin is stable enough to speak and will tell them exactly what really happened the moment she was attacked.
Helen was absolutely terrified.
She said he had a really demonic look inside.
Thank you, Miss Rhonda. Thank you so much, dog.
May 2017. Kimberly and Lenores Williams have been arrested for their connection to a brutal murder on 61-year-old Helen Franklin.
Kim is pointing the finger at Lenores, and Lenores is pointing the finger at Kim.
Lenore said that he went along with the plot in fear of Kimberly's violent nature. And Kim says that Lenore was plotting murder all along, and she went along with it out of fear, loyalty, and love for her man.
On May 8th, authorities head to the hospital to speak with Helen, hoping she would be able to provide some clarity on the case.
In my opinion, it is a sheer miracle that Helen was able to survive the incident.
It really speaks a lot to her drive and determination to live.
Helen confirms that she had been meeting with the couple to help improve their marriage.
Fast forward to the fourth family. Nothing had changed. So they want to lie.
According to Helen, they encouraged her and they were very aggressive for her. Lenores insisted that she owe them money for the reason of their life.
The couple accused Helen of putting her own ex on.
She insisted that she would not put any hers or ex on their life, but Lenores did not believe her.
She said he had a really demonic look inside.
That's when the couple attacked together.
While Lenores held her by the throat, he and Kim both stabbed her repeatedly.
After several agonizing seconds, Lenore released.
She hit the ground. She struggled to crawl underneath the desk.
So after Lenores and Kim assaulted Helen, the area Andrea was doused in gasoline and set on fire.
She recalled more than 20 miles, and she used her hospital strength to crawl from the home. Though Helen's home burned, one item survived. Her body.
I recall after I was at the pastor there, I really said something to the effect that I will not be defeated, and she was a survivor. She did not be defeated.
Oh, yeah.
Investigation.
Oh, yeah. I got to do something for y'all this Christmas.
Murder in the first degree and criminal intent to commit murder.
I think it's pretty clear that both Ms. Gordon and Mr. Williams had the wherewithal to commit this crime. They wanted it first, but certainly from Ms. Gordon, she wanted her husband to be happy. Both of them were going to do whatever it took to make sure that that happened, including her.
In January of 2020, nearly 3 years after the crime, Helen Franklin's attackers plead guilty in order to avoid trial.
Agreed not to prosecute a criminal attempt to commit murder in exchange for a plea of guilty to arson and aggravated assault. I think that each of them understood that their back was against the wall and the likelihood of conviction in the case was very strong.
Kimberly and Lawrence are both sentenced to 40 years behind bars.
Oh.
Once Kimberly was sentenced, Jelaya had an outburst and stormed out of the room where the plea was taking place.
I was crying, I was crying, and it's just like, I don't explain to them what's going on.
Regardless of who is believed to be the true mastermind behind this crime, one thing is for certain.
It's getting lighter for you?
Kimberly
Still heavy or it's getting lighter?
No, it's getting lighter. It's drying.
She was willing to do anything to save her man and to save her marriage. Unfortunately,
Hot.
this is the price she has to pay.
It's good. Needed to dry. Next time I take you out, I'm going to cut your bag area.
Okay.
And she would do anything to keep that love. She's willing to go through any extreme. Kim believed she was the only one who was. And she talked to me about realizes that she needed to love herself more than she loved that man. When it was
Take out the box. Take out the box.
See, he's your spark. And it's good stuff. Hard work and handle, and love for our practice. Happy.
Means a lot of things to enjoy the roads and protein packed cottage cheese. My favorite?
Place I went to and I said,
Cottage cheese.
Friday's the last one. Well, he said Saturday, they won't be having more shit. No, it's like they go around the country and they buy like, they buy pallets, you know they buy pallets, burnt pallets and things on and sell that. They inside of big buildings and they probably regular.
This guy can be a serial killer.
The entire patty's piece to get
Yeah, the
away.
first day they was packed.
Cottage cheese.
The girl was here yesterday. Me and her, yeah, she's the one that put me on. Then me and her went the second day. It was me and her that got to the argument with the white man. So this she said yesterday because when I took me and her got to the argument,
It's a
I was in the
homicide
store picking out shit. All this time we were here.
track down this serial killer before he strikes again.
That's all I
He's
have
wanting
out
to
there.
murder women.
That he said something, but you be busy. I'm looking at shit that he said something. So I was like, oh yeah, diabolical, right? So then I just kept moving. So then
Yesterday, she was like, oh, yeah, I saw this. She was all in black. I was like, yeah, like, I don't know about that. She was like, yeah. I was like, that's the same thing that came up to me. She said she saw him in the parking lot after. She was like, yeah, I heard you when you said you were going to punch him in his face. He said, I was waiting to watch because I was black and all over the parking lot. I said, but she said, I swear to God. Because the way he looked at me, too, no, he was black.
Another black.
Yeah, black too. He looked.
No, the one that was being like,
No, it was a white dude. First it was a Spanish man started it, and then the white man jumped in, and then the man on the other side cussing. The Spanish man, the Indian man, the white man by himself. But the black dude was like, when she said it to me, I was like, yeah, because the look he had on his face was like, yeah, every time he like, oh, black ass bitch. He was called
Jim Stark was dispatched to Jefferson
like my color. He got on his black hat, black jacket, he was all in black.
has been treated by a
He was like, yo, I heard you say, you know, he said, you heard that? Because he said, she said, he said to her, well, I like how your lady can't yourself out of him.
I decided to walk the school down and stuff. Just to make sure that.
Yo, and she said every time I was telling her to chill, that I would start up, that she would start again, that she told me to chill, that she would start back up. It was crazy what's going on. So after he's talked shit to us and everything calmed down, like 10 minutes went by, another white man came up that was all in front of us. And he went to the school, he kissed her, like his mother or his wife was at his face. So we was like, well, because you know your limbs already in the line, so when you pull up, he came from out of nowhere. He didn't he just got here, so he cut in the line to go scare the people that was already in the line. So me and her was like, what the fuck? Why you ain't saying nothing to this nigga? White man present. Because that white man, anyhow that white nigga went to say nothing to that man, that motherfucker was punched him. Dead, knocked him out the fucking car. Yo, fuck. Boy, shit is lit up. That man was like, yo, anyhow, so he's like, why you ain't saying nothing to that nigga? But when I say to the white all this commotion with us, and then now a man coming to line, I'm not even gonna say this race, even though he was right. You didn't dare say nothing to him. Well, she was in the line, and I came like an hour, like 20 minutes later, and I walked up to her, and then I could hear them bubbling, so I was calling me and her talking, you know. I got my glasses on, so I'm listening, I was like, yeah, they bubbling. I was like, yeah, they bubbling, it's probably going to jump. So we told me to go like this, and I looked at the floor, and he was like, oh, you need to get to the back, I said,
Detective Rick DaCosta is concerned a storm is washing away. Next to a footprint would more likely have been either destroyed or would be very difficult to Next evidence, they discovered a shell casing that was near where the assumption was where and she had been dragged short distance. Using school ID, police identified the victim as 15-year-old Evelina LeBlanc. They immediately located her mother.
oh my God, you hear what I said?
It wasn't that time.
And then the line got crazy, and then the white man came up and parked his car and cut all of us and went to go kiss. You could see it was 5 feet, and he didn't say nothing to me. But you knew that. And we was laughing, we all started laughing at him, and then other people in the line started laughing too, so he felt stupid. He was saying nothing to the white man that came up. Why you didn't say nothing to him? No, the white man was probably this size, maybe a little smaller, but you can't look on the quiet. Come on, I'll tell that. Anyhow, that man said nothing to him. Oh, one knock him, I knock him over. He looked like a little skinhead. He literally wanted me, you could tell he was like 40, probably like 40, 41. He couldn't dare to go say nothing to the man. And then the dude said, yeah, to Augusta, like, yeah, we saw the other dude, white dude, on the line, and he didn't say nothing to him. I can see there was like 5 people come up in the line and cut it. But it's one person that already has somebody in the line. What's the big deal? Everybody's going in. What's the top?
The next morning.
Man, that shit was crazy. So when I heard her say that yesterday, I felt extra, but I was like, yep. Because once I heard them 2 niggas started cussing us, I started looking around. Like, you know, like you said, who got who. I just started looking around like,
Searching for her killer.
initially felt like this was someone
I have my mace.
who
I took my mace out my bag. Yes, I took my mace out my bag and homegirl took out her phone. So either way, acting like he's fucking out. Oh, so what you going to do? Call your brother? She was like, y'all fucking right. You guys, you can tell you guys. And I had my mace in my hand. I was like, yeah. Yeah.
this person's DNA would be
Yo, it was funny.
to get some sort of hit on this person.
All right, you can sit up.
We must rely on more traditional police work to find their killer. What we try to do is to map out what her day was. From the very beginning when she woke up to the point when she
Sit back. You're sitting back?
Yeah. What we learned is that Evelyn had been at one of the local high school football games.
All right, I'm going to cut your bang area before
And then decided she was going to leave the game early. She just couldn't deal with the rain, so she left her friends and headed back using public transportation. We managed to find out which bus she was on, and from there we were able to contact some individuals who were in the bus, and one of them was a bus driver.
The driver recalls that after Evelina boarded,
All right, you know you come back and finger wave it at least 2, 3, 4
After a short period of
times.
time, the young lady got up,
So,
walked towards the back of the bus where this
nice
young man
and
was,
full.
and they initiated the conversation.
according to the driver,
Ooh, that's
the two
bright. Is
stepped
that
off the
mine?
bus together at approximately
Okay.
6:30
Got it.
p.m.
And it looked as though to her that they were preparing to cross the street.
Evelina gets off the bus only 5 blocks from where she lived.
That was the last time that anyone recalls seeing her alive.
Could this young man, a teenager himself, be Evelina's killer? Or can he help lead police to the person who is? 15-year-old Evelina LeBlanc was brutally murdered in an elementary schoolyard.
Lord have mercy. Let me turn the mute on. We about to cut the bang area.
Provides vital information.
Thank you.
She saw Evelina
All right, guys, she's back under the dryer. I'm gonna check her again in about, what we just did was cut her bang area. And we're gonna check back with her in about, I wanna say 12 minutes. Or maybe in between the 12 minutes, I'll go back like every 7 minutes and check. All right, so stick around. We're almost at 10,000 subscribers and we have a giveaway, so I hope you guys are subscribed.
Even more remarkable, the DNA found on the shoe matches DNA from another crime scene altogether.
We found out that that profile matched to a profile left behind at a homicide from 1994 in California.
She has just linked two vicious crimes: the unsolved murder of high school student Evelina LeBlanc and the attempted murder of Portland resident Elena Thompson.
That the DNA profiles were from the same person was astonishing.
San Leandro detective Rick DaCosta is contacted about the match.
My heart started beating faster. My first thought was, I can't wait to let Arlene know that we may one day solve this case.
I just didn't give up hope. I just kept praying and saying, eventually the person will be called.
Although DNA has linked these sadistic crimes, that's all it can do.
So your DNA profile is a series of numbers. They don't tell us anything about you, except if you're male or female.
DNA won't tell investigators who the person is.
It doesn't tell us their name, their height, any physical characteristics, or any sort of ethnic background. So science had done all it can do, and it was now up to Portland police to put a name with these crimes.
It falls to homicide detective Molly Dahl to find the killer connected to these unidentified DNA samples.
I had been in homicide less than 6 months, and yeah, I felt the pressure. You don't just go through life and do one violent crime. This is definitely somebody that was prone to do it again.
She believes he's committed more crimes since these attacks.
It fits the profile of someone.
This is it, Rhonda.
There's no reason for him
I still have to deep condition treat it.
He's been getting
The
She examines the
what do you call it? The
but it's what she does
video
next
is not giving it justice, but it came out really pretty.
Pictures of Evelina LeBlanc that gave me a face that just made me think of one word: innocence. And after I saw Evelina's face, it wasn't just some innocuous crime number for it.
When it's done, I'll show you guys. I'll show you. I gotta deep condition it, and I still gotta put a rinse over it to make it nice and rich looking. So yeah,
Details that didn't perhaps make it into
we're gonna finish up that video.
the original interview.
They begin with the attacker's appearance.
She said he was male black, early 20s, medium build, around 5'8",
Dark, slanted eyes, very short hair.
A description Dahl believes matches the composite sketch of the last person seen with Evelina LeBlanc. Dahl continues to question the witness.
And Eileen had a wonderful memory of that night, even though she should clearly be traumatized and may have walked outside.
Elena is able to provide a new lead about her attacker. She recalls him introducing himself.
She wanted to think that this guy called himself Naji, or Nani, something similar, something foreign sounding.
At the hospital, I can remember nothing but nah. I said, nah, something. I told officers, nah, something.
Elena asks her friends for help. She describes her attacker to them in hopes they can identify him.
They say that's not G. And he was downtown.
I wanted to run back to my desk, and I wanted to start researching this name, Naji. I had a name. There can't be a lot of Najis running around Portland, so I'm thinking I'm golden right now. I can do this.
Portland investigators are hunting for a vicious criminal who murdered Evelina LeBlanc and tried to kill Elena Thompson.
I'm blessed to see my back. But I'm still afraid.
Eileen knew that night that this guy was going to kill her.
DNA from the two attacks is matched to the same man.
The two profiles were linked together, but we still didn't have a name to go with them.
Alina, with help from friends, provides two possible names for her attacker.
She told me his name was Naji or Nani.
Alina's friend was being released from prison when she met a man with that name.
And one of her girlfriends said, I know the Naji you're talking about. He looks the same as you described him. He was being transported to be released on the jail bus with Naji.
Detective Dahl requests the log from the prison transport bus.
I came up with a short list of about 3 possibles, 3 black males that had some similar physical characteristics. And when I looked at their names, there was no Naji. There was nothing similar, not even an N name.
But Dahl is determined to identify the killer. She digs into these 3 men's police records.
The second guy, ordinary sounding name, but when you looked at his aliases and his monikers, there he was. I found Naji. And I am thinking, this is our guy.
Actually, it felt good because they had an idea of who they was going to get, who they was looking for. One part of me felt relieved, one part of me was still scared because I hadn't actually gotten it.
Dahl just needs the crime lab to confirm Naji's DNA matches the genetic profile found at the crime scenes.
To have somebody to compare the crimes to, a name, to see if this was the person, was exciting.
Dahl also puts together a photo lineup with Naji's picture for her eyewitness.
And I rushed back to Eileen.
They sat me at the table, and she had some papers, and she was like, do you know any of these people?
She took a quick scan of all 6 of those photos, and Eileen said, he's not in there. And then my heart kind of dropped a little bit. I said, Junior Homicide Detective, slow down.
Even though Alina failed to identify Naji as her attacker, Dahl isn't.
When you start losing the fight, you go below the belt. I really did not want to have to respond to this video because I am not into tearing another black woman down. This is just another example of the older hating on the youth. So now,
That's so funny.
On what really happened.
She said I'm the older hating on the youth.
Today.
Oh Lord. Clarissa, I like you. Please don't do this.
16-year-old Clarissa Shields from Flint, Michigan, fighting her way to the Olympics to represent the country. Now, for those who don't know, around this time, I was relatively unknown. I was a diamond in the rough. Mary Spencer was 3-time world champion. She is from Canada. Me and Mary Spencer met up at the Continental Championship.
All right, let's put some more spray on this, guys.
For those who don't know, the World Championships and the amateurs come around every 2 years, where all the countries in the world meet at the World Championships, and you have to fight 5 to 6 days back to back to become world champion and hold a gold medal. Mary Spencer did that 6 years in a row. I, relatively unknown, at the age of 16, beat Mary Spencer on the point system 17 points to 34. After that, interviews flooded in from all over.
One of them is boxer Clarissa Shields. She just finished her junior year at Flint Northwestern, and while her classmates enjoy summer vacation,
Just take it in the ring, y'all.
She has to be one of the
But
potential
damn,
feel-good stories of London.
Layla Ali's kind of up there, but still, I don't see what the argument is.
At the age of 17, she was the youngest boxer to try out for the national team. She
So she was not the first person to interview me, be a nurse thinker.
Girl came dipped. Girl came dipped, y'all. Let me show y'all real quick.
To the Olympic training.
Girl came dipped. Dip to the gods. Oh shit, wait.
And now I
Show
wonder
y'all her
if
real
it was
quick. Look at her.
because she gave me bad advice.
Homegirl came dipped to do her interview.
Win as many gold medals as I can because there was no TV exposure and no money for women's boxing in the profession.
When she asked for advice, I gave her valuable brand advice and boxing advice so she could have long-term success in and outside of the ring. I told her she should hire a nutritionist, trim off that excess body fat.
That was nothing but her trying to body shame me and discredit me for winning world championships at weight classes and 5 different weight classes, which is 154, 160, 168, 175, and 175 plus.
She said
I
body
went against her
shaming.
advice, and I was the first woman to make $1 million in women's boxing. Before this interview on the Breakfast Club with Leila Ali, me and her were very friendly. This is what ignited the entire beef.
Time. You got Clarissa Shields now, who's an Olympic champion. She went to the Olympics, won twice. Women's boxing wasn't in the Olympics when I fought. She actually fights at the weight class I fought in. And she's doing great. I mean, you know, it's still not what I would have wanted. I would want more because I have a big picture of it.
Right. Well, you gotta get back in the ring just for fun, chicks and giggles.
Money right, Layla there. And, you know, I don't think there's anyone there for me right now that would actually give me a good challenge.
She claimed that I took this out of context. And one thing I would say, she wasn't just saying that I wasn't good enough to inspire her and to give her a challenge. She was saying that all the women who were currently boxing could not give her a challenge. The problem is,
But you're supposed to say that about yourself, right?
Now, coincidentally, I'm not the first woman athlete that she's done this to. Let's rewind again and take it back to when Ronda Rousey was the queen of combat sports.
Are you a fan of Ronda Rousey?
I wouldn't say that.
Before it was me, Ronda Rousey was the queen of combat sports. I mean, this girl was arm-barring girls in less than 30 seconds. She was viral. She was making hundreds of millions of dollars in her field. When she was on top of her game dominating, Leila Ali became jealous. And instead of her embracing Ronda Rousey, she started doing interviews telling everyone how she would beat Ronda Rousey in a fight because she was too small and the size of her daughter. Play the clip.
Do you think Ronda Rousey, would you ever take Ronda Rousey?
And no woman can beat me, period.
No woman.
No woman, period.
Not even Ronda.
Of course not. She's too much smaller than me anyway. She's like the size of my daughter, my 3-year-old.
Ooh, my 3-year-old.
And still entertain conversations about
Oh shoot, T. The T is T. She don't got the, what she said? Oh, she don't got the body. She's not big enough. But
Yeah.
that girl that was just not beating you crazy was at least a feet shorter than you.
her, yeah.
Got her up on under here, uppercut under the chin, bang.
It's crazy.
So what are you talking, Layla? I leave the little girl alone. Leave her alone. And then Layla, you can't be jealous or mad because, like she said, the
I won't make
Olympics.
you guys wait long for my announcement. I'll let you guys know what I'm doing next in my career and when I'm gonna be back in the ring fighting to defend my heavyweight undisputed championship.
If you've had a tough
All
time
I
buying
know,
a car because of your credit score,
Layla, better leave the girl alone.
and as you probably found
Because
out,
if you don't fight her, you're gonna look stupid. If you fight her, you're gonna get beat up. So it's lose for lose.
We've been in business for 30 years.
It's lose for lose.
Get the financing that nobody else would provide. That's twice as long as any of our competitors. This is the reason why that we've grown to 4 locations in the state, because we set up a win-win.
Maybe sometime the cold to get to it. Outside is a nice cold weather today too. Let me do the bag area and then we could
We've got a great
see
variety
how the
of
trial
cars,
is
so
going.
then what you're looking for, a minivan, a
Probably I'll
sedan,
give you about
an SUV, third row, pickup trucks. We can carry a little bit, we can carry.
That was a good little tea video, huh? Ella, you better be quiet and mind your business. Clarissa was like, she's body shaped.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, because why would you talk about her weight? Like,
My brother and I purchased Shannon Motors from Jack
Lord.
Shannon. And Jack Shannon back in the 1950s was a new car dealer for Studebaker and Packard. Although a very small lot, only held a handful of vehicles and had a small showroom. He serviced cars back then, and
That must feel good under there, huh? Cool breeze.
All those interview curveballs. Practice the interview.
This business will lead you dry.
Just need to charge.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't. You have to know the rules of the game you've been on. And you really have to know them to break them.
Monty was dead, and now his trophy wife runs the company.
She owns it. But I run the company. We go 6 so far. I paid for this.
Hi, Daddy. What you doing?
Driving to my next calamity. Hey, Bob. What's the plan here? For bringing you home?
Care to bless it?
Oh, dear God. I beg you for patience. That's pretty much it. Amen.
We always say we keep our word.
Tommy, I have gone through every email, every file, and I now know why Mommy was so stressed.
Embezzled the church fund, wire fund. You don't even know who gave her a plan, do you? I assume you ran the shot, sir. Yeah, and I live a pretty big lake. This business will bleed you dry. Just stay here, you lose.
How you doing? You good? I'm good. All right. Everything should be in the closet.
Oh, I don't know what I'm trying to do. I may start your bangs first. I'm gonna tie this. But, alright, let's let it dry some more. And then I'll do these bangs. I didn't pee here, no. Alright, me plugging
You're
this
fine,
in.
anti-inflammatory and ready this week. Thanks to Hunger. I just started an anti-inflammatory diet, and as I was nervous, I didn't have too many options, but Hungry Root made it so easy. Everything's delicious, fresh, and actually makes me feel good after I eat. It's so nice to me, I just spent hours cooking on it. I used to overthink it.
Did you want it flat or did you want me to put curls in it?
It tastes great. I'm only a few weeks in, but I already have more energy, less bloating, and actually enjoying it.
Did you want it flat?
Eating anti-inflammatory has never been easier.
Did you want this flat? Yeah.
I got a $200 cash advance fast. So I just found this app called Grant Cash Advance. It's a cash advance, and you can get $25 to $250 in cash advances into your account. No waiting for payment, no stressing about it. Just sign up. No credit check, no limitations, fast enough. So you can even get same-day delivery with me. You got to try it. Download Grant from the App Store today.
December. That's why I posted this week. By the 10:30 a.m. of the federal court, there will be no cameras. I see you, Scott. Scott, I fixed it already. You should be fine. I responded to your email. I said you had to send me a link to your channel, and then somebody else sent me a link to your channel. Because that's the only way that I can be fixed. Massachusetts.
He ain't getting back no job because they found some more text messages of him of racist texts and all this stuff. He's talking about colleagues and people that he locked up, and so he dropped, the lawyer dropped him, he dropped the case, so he's in trouble for even, I know his wife about to leave his ass alone. It's done, cause he ain't nothing. What you gonna do Uber? Like, how you gonna take care of your family, dude? I am not even understanding. He's done. He's done. It's over.
From the Norfolk County DA's office. Part of a lawsuit she filed against the DA after it ignored her prior public records request.
It's soft. It is nice and soft.
Oh, yes, she did. She's also.
You'll tell me how it worked out, though. You'll call me.
And her lawsuit is
Okay, good. You're good now.
The documents Ms. Hopkins provided to me consisted of 4 emails from the Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan to Detective Lieutenant Ryan Tully and former MSP Trooper Michael Proctor. 2 of the emails are dated July 28th of 2023. 2 are dated July 29th of 2023.
Yes.
Can anybody tell me in the chat what was the date of the rolling rally? Only if you know, no guess, don't guess. Team Britain says posting clear misinformation will get you timed out. Yeah, we like to stick to the facts here. We don't like, because what happens is somebody posts misinformation in the chat, and then other people run with it, and then they go, you know, to other channels and say, Melanie Little reported this, and no.
That's how rumors get started.
We delete anything that's blatant misinformation, just so you know. Fair warning. Fair warning. When was the rolling rally? In July, well, I know it's July 2022, but what was the date? That's what I want to know. Anybody can Google that for me? Because these emails are dated July 28th and July 29th. It was the 22nd. Beep boop, beep boop, says it was July 22nd. I know, I put up the wrong pictures of the judges. That's why I'm never doing that again, where's my staple? I'm never trusting, like, anything anybody tells me until I, investigate.
Right, you think?
Four wrong pictures of Judge Kathleen McCarthy Nyman. Because people kept sending them to me like it was real.
Because they try to mess you up.
There's no videos of me on trial. There was no cameras in the courtroom then. And New York never has cameras in the courtroom, so sorry, but I can't show any videos of me on trial because they don't exist. July 22nd. Okay, thank you. It's been confirmed. It's been seconded. So 6 days later, that's when these emails happened. The July 28th, 2023 emails are titled McCabe Harassment and contain 2 versions of attachments titled McCabe Harassment Docs. The July 29th, 2023 emails are entitled Albert's Harassment and contain 2 versions of attachments titled Albert's Harassment Docs. The defense team does not have copies of the 4 attachments described above. I am informed by Ms. Hopkins that they were not.
Did you work today? Okay. Straight home after this? You know, just the last part of there, I'll just put like a curl just to form it, you know, it will, you know, a little loose type of curl. Peaceful.
Oh boy. I guess they understand.
Pablo.
It's not too bushy.
No, it's not. It's nice and light. You like the curls. Mm-hmm. Love you guys.
But I really love hers.
You really love hers?